Greetings and welcome to the official board meeting of the Akron Public Schools on April 28th at 5:30 p.m. Dr. Thompson, roll call, please.
Mr. Alexander.
Present.
Ms. Autry.
Present.
Ms. Hall.
Present.
Reverend Harrison.
Present.
Ms. Jackson.
Present.
Dr. Molinar.
Present.
Mrs. Sykes.
Present.
7 present, 0 absent.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. Vice President Alexander, would you please stand and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Vice President Alexander. Next, we'll have recognitions, the Superintendent Book of the Month Club.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. I'm excited to recognize the Superintendent's Book Club winners for the month of March. At the elementary level, we have a tie in the elementary category, with both students reading an amazing 34 books each. Woo, right? So we would like to congratulate Slater Harris, a kindergarten student from Betty Jane, right? And Brianna Ramsey, who is a first grader from Windermere. I would like to also add that Slater has now claimed the top spot for January, February, and March. This is an amazing streak, so congratulations. So at this time, I would like to have Slater and Brianna come up. Were they able to make it tonight? Okay. We'll make sure, is anyone from their school here? Okay, Principal Lucas, come on up. I'm not quite ready to award you yet, but I would like you to come stand up here as I move on to the middle school category. Are you ready? We have Cooper Gindraw, a 7th grader from NIF STEM who read 16 books. This is an awesome job by Cooper. Is Cooper here this evening?
All right, Cooper.
All right, Cooper, come on. Cooper, we are so excited for you.
You would say that, wouldn't you?
So, Cooper, congratulations. Come on up here and stand next to. And I would just like to take a moment to ask if there's anyone else here from NIF STEM supporting Cooper. It takes a village. Who else is here?
Excellent.
Okay. Okay. It is the village. The one village looked familiar to me. Okay, so now we're going to go on to the high school level, the winners for representing grades 9 through 12. This is a repeat champion from February, Danae Boone. Danae, are you here with us this evening? Okay, well, we want to congratulate Danae, and she is a 12th grader from Ellett CLC. Is there anyone here from Ellett who could come up and accept on Renee's behalf? If not, I see Ms. Marcus Kearns. Would you please come up? She is a former principal at Ellett, so I think she'll do. And we just want to recognize Danae because she read an impressive 15 books this month. So congratulations to Danae. So we want to give a big round of applause to all of our top readers, and I do have a certificate for you. And if our board president would like to come up and be in a photo with any of our board members, you are more than welcome to join. Attached from, I believe it's Acme.
No, it's just Cooper's sister.
Oh, Cooper's sister. Sister. This is Cooper. Okay. And then who's representing Brianna? Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a second. This was not in my notes. But we do have a tie, right? And so we want to make sure Brianna Ramsey, who was not here, we recognize Brianna. And did someone come up from her school? Did we have anyone present for Deanna? Okay, so Brianna is a first grader at Windermere, and if there's no one here to is the principal from Windermere here? If not, we will make sure that she receives her recognition. So I believe we have everybody else present. Here's Danae. We'll take care of it. Can we get in close, please, so you can take a picture?
Say read.
Read. All right, thank you. Congratulations. Good job. Okay. Okay, and then we're going to wrap this up as we focus on our overall schools who did some outstanding reading. In total, our scholars achieved the following milestones in March. Grades K through 5 read an impressive 995 books in February. That's 262 more books than they did in January, which was at 852 books. So we are really doing a lot of reading, impressive reading. Grades 6 through 8 read 85 books in March, showing a growth of 15 more books than they did in February, which was at 72. And grades 9 through 12 read 136 books this month, which is up 58 books from last month of 78. So our students are making amazing strides in their reading goals, and we encourage them to keep it up. So now I would like to give a special congratulations to the schools with the highest numbers of books read. Are you ready for this? Drum roll, please. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Betty Jane. All right, 378 books read. Come on down, Principal Lucas. Congratulations. Excellent. Please remain standing. Are you ready for this one? Yes, we are. Ennis Middle School with 43 books read. Is there a representative from Ennis? Ennis has also been our top middle school each month. So congratulations to Ennis. We'll make sure they receive theirs. And last but not least, we have North High School with 55 books read. Is there a Okay, Mr. Morrison. I believe this is your third time coming up, achieving this award. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Okay, would you like a picture? Sure. Okay, come on up.
Mr. Morris, I'm getting her. Mr. Morris, I'm getting
Do we end it, or-
No, this is
Okay.
fine.
I would like to ask all parents, principals, and teachers of our scholars to just give a wave again so we can thank you for your hard work and dedication to our scholars. Thank you for supporting this initiative. I know principals have also reported to me that they've been reading as well, and so they want to be added to the celebration, hint, hint, for next year. And this does play an important role in nurturing our children's lifelong love of reading. So thank you also to our sponsor, which is Acme, for their continued partnership with APS and their generous donation of gift cards to our top readers. Madam President, that concludes this part.
Thank you. Currently, we're at the point of our agenda where we would hear from a scholar board member who was unable to be with us today. And so now we'll go to the portion of the request to address the board. Participants will not be permitted to speak on matters related to vendors, business matters, formal complaints, grievances, specific student or student records, personnel matters, and potential pending legal matters. Participants must speak on matters related to the business of the board. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less, as this time will be strictly enforced. The board will not respond, but will assign through the superintendent the appropriate person for follow-up. Please also state your name and/or group affiliation. The first person we have to address the board, I believe it's Loretta Wright.
Madam President, may I please ask for a point of order for
Yes.
myself, if I can just interject one thing. I'm so sorry.
No, it's no problem.
I do want to take a moment, if I may just go back a little bit, because I believe we have some representatives that was here for recognition, and I do not want to leave that out. If I may, before they go into the board presentations with requests to address the board.
Yes, no problem.
So I do apologize. We have introduced an amazing initiative in our district, and it's called the Amazing Shake Presentation. And I would like to introduce Beth Winter, and she is here to do that presentation for us.
Thank you, Superintendent. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Beth Winter. I'm the coordinator of partner engagement with the College and Career Academies. As you may know, we have a summative experience for our students when they complete their middle school years and their high school years. This year, we piloted the elementary summative experience, as Ms. Otley told us, is called the CCAA Amazing Shake, based on the Ron Clark Academy competition, which emphasizes the mastery of professional skills such as communication, manners, and respect. As a pilot, 6 schools volunteered to participate: Barber, Krause, I Promise, Portage Path, Sam Salem, and Voris. Scholars demonstrated such things as introducing themselves, providing a thank you, taking responsibility, doing a mock interview, a business lunch, working on a team, and public speaking. So we were completely awed and humbled by the extraordinary work that was done, not just by our scholars, but our teachers, our counselors, our administrators, and other staff, including our community partners who came forth to volunteer as judges. I can honestly tell you our 5th graders rose to the challenge and showed great effort, poise, and resilience, and I would like you to meet them. I am not going to introduce them because you'll find they are quite adept at doing that themselves. So if our 4 finalists, you're going to meet our top 4 finalists tonight. If you 4 would come up here, please.
All right.
All right, so I'm going to ask each of them to introduce themselves to you, and then they will come around and meet you personally. We'll start with you.
My name is Callie Knapp, and I go to Portage Path CLC.
All right, Kat.
Go start with Ms. Sykes. And let me see, we have, you're next.
My name is Dakota Perrine, and I go to Barber CLC.
All right, Dakota.
Thank you. You follow Callie. And Zaire.
Hello, my name is Zaya Williamson. I go to I Promise School.
All right, Zaya.
We're going to give us a minute while we let them go for
Hi, my name is Mackenzie Young from Simstown CLC.
Good job.
Ready?
Hi, I'm Dr. Thompson. What grade are you in? 5th grade.
I'm sorry, those of you that are watching can't experience this, but these are some awesome students who showed all their terrific professional skills.
Look at him, Chad. My name is Dr. Thompson. It's nice to meet you. In what
Okay,
grade?
come on over here, Kelly.
Awesome. You did a great job. Nice to meet you. I'm Dr. Thompson. Nice to meet you.
So while we finish up, I do want all of you to have an opportunity to hear ever so briefly from each of our scholars, specifically during our third round. So this event was 4 rounds. During the third round, each of the scholars, among other things, did a 2 to 3 minute speech about something they'd like to change at their school that they thought would help. And they're going to tell you the topic of their speech, and they're going to tell you why they chose it. That's the first question for Callie.
My topic was more field trips, and the reason behind this is because field trips help kids not academically but creatively throughout their lives, because kids are visual learners, and if they're just stuck in a classroom, they won't learn anything. Rather than being outside, they will learn something.
All right, Kelly.
So Callie, would you please tell everybody what you liked most about the Amazing Shake, and what one skill do you think you learned or perfected that will help you in middle school? What you liked best?
Okay. One thing I liked best about the Amazing Shake is that I got to make friends with other people at different schools. And one thing that will help me in middle school is that the Amazing Shake teaches you trust and companionship, and also your manners that you will need.
Okay.
Excellent, thank you. And if you'll just step right here. So Dakota, first question for you, your speech topic and why you chose it?
I chose extra recess, and the reason why I chose it was because like recess help kids like develop friendship and like teamwork skills.
All right, Dakota, that's good.
And
stuff.
for the record, Dakota brought resources with him. He did research for that, so I appreciated that. So what did you like best, and what skill did you learn that will help you in middle school?
What I liked best was everything, because I got to meet new people and like get to know them.
And what will help you in middle school?
What will help me in middle school is like proper eye contact and like proper handshake.
Good job.
Thank you, Dakota. Would you step over with Callie? And Mr. Zaire, what was your speech about, and why did you choose it?
My speech was about bullying, and the reason why I choose it because in my school we have a lot of bullies, and a lot of people don't want to go to my school because there's bullies there, and nobody likes a bully.
Right.
And what did you like best, and what will help you in middle school?
What I liked best about the Amazing Shake is about all the staff who were kind and helped us through the situations that were tough.
All right. Thank you.
Did you enter the last one?
One thing that will help me in middle school is communication, because if you don't know how to speak, you don't know how to make friends, you don't know how to learn, because you got to ask teachers questions.
Right.
About that.
Well done. Step over here. All right, so Miss Mackenzie, your speech topic and why you chose it, first off.
My speech topic was more space, and I chose it because we need special tutoring rooms, and we also need calming rooms and for kids that need more space to focus, and if they're just having a rough day and dealing with something at home.
And what did you like best, and what will help you in middle school?
What I like best about the Amazing Shake is that it taught me proper etiquette, how to order food, eat, proper handshakes, and how to introduce myself to people.
What will be helpful?
The skill that I learned from Amazing Shake that will be helpful through middle school is it taught me to take the first step and not to be scared, and also boost my confidence.
Excellent.
Thank you. Just wait right here 1 minute. So everyone, thank you so much for your support of the program and of our scholars here. And I want you to know, so these were our final 4. We started out with 165 students. Every round, we advanced fewer and fewer students, as you would in a competition. These were our final 4. And please let me introduce our winner, Miss Mackenzie Young from Sam Salem CLC. Look at that, guys. Wow. Thank you all so much. You can go back and have a seat for just a second. And then finally, for just one more minute, I promise I'd like to introduce my colleague, Tricia Kelly, a CCA specialist who does incredible work and will tell you about the future of our competition.
Thank you. I'm going to go off script just for one moment. This project has been the highlight of my career. I really think so. So I have the great pleasure of working with our elementary schools, the GAR Foundation, and a number of community partners on our Essential Experiences programming, in which our elementary scholars have guaranteed experiences annually to visit locations in Akron. While scholars are on these experiences, they are exploring careers, learning about problem solving, and investigating things that spark their curiosity, all while seeing what makes Akron special. I can't think of a better addition to that work than to include time and space for our scholars to practice these same professional skills, as well as other elements of the portrait of an elementary scholar, while they are out learning from and working together with members of our Akron community. Our Amazing Shake pilot was an opportunity for us to learn how best to do this competition so we could make it bigger and better. So beginning in the 25-26 school year, we hope to have all elementary scholars practicing these skills as age appropriate, culminating with all of our 5th grade scholars participating in the competition. These skills will serve scholars well throughout their school career, work career, and their professional lives. You'll hear more as we announce the dates for each round of competition next year, and we hope to see you there. Thank you.
Do you think you could provide some professional development for us here in central office? Bring those 4. They could be, lead small groups. And
College and Career Academies is happy to be a resource at your disposal.
Congratulations again to our scholars. Vice President Alexander.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say to everyone in this room, everyone who's out there listening, this is what it's all about. It's not about all the other stuff that's going on around here, what's happening in the district, happening across the country. It's all about what is happening here with these kids. So we need to refocus, re-engage, and get on the right track, because this is the right track right here. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Vice President Alexander. And thank you, Superintendent Otley, for reminding me to take me back on the agenda. What a wonderful highlight, and I'm so proud of all of you learners. Excellent, excellent. And just like when teachers have their professional development and they make notes about what's needed, this is the data that should inform this board's decision-making of what's needed. I heard you about additional spaces, calming rooms, tutoring spaces, additional recess, which will be, wouldn't cost much. Maybe that could be a perk or something, I don't know, but part of PBIS in some capacity. But I thank you for that, because I listen to what you say and see how can we apply what you say that you need and what all this is about. So thank you for the staff. Wonderful, wonderful job. Excellent. Thank you.
Board President Jackson, may I just ask very quickly, because we know it takes a village and the students did not get here by themselves, if the teachers and principals could just stand who are in the room, who supported our scholars through this journey.
Yes, excellent. Excellent.
And also their families. If any family representatives are here, if they could stand as well. So
congratulations,
yes.
And thank you for all that you do. Next, we're at the point of our agenda where the request to address the board. I've already read our disclaimer, as we like to call it, so I will not be reading that again. The first person that we have to address the board is Loretta Wright, I believe. Ms. Wright, did I pronounce your name correctly? Lalita, thank you. Lalita, Miss Lalita Wright.
Is this where I go?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Hello, my name is Lolita Wright. I am a longtime Akron resident. I'm here today as a really worried member of this community, speaking for the community and my family. For 10 awful years, my family has lived with the pain of my mentally challenged niece being sexually exploited. It started when she was 18. She has the mind of a 12 to 15-year-old, making her an easy target. He thought there was no one to speak up for her. What he did is sickening. He sent my mentally challenged niece nasty, explicit photos and videos. He even sent naked pictures of himself showering. He committed several sexual acts with her in the church. For way too long, no one helped us. The black pastors didn't help. Signal Akron didn't help. The Beacon Journal didn't help. Akron Police didn't at first. It took me and my sister pushing for the Attorney General to finally investigate. Because of that, he was placed on administrative paid leave on February 21st. He was fired by AGS office on April 4th, 2025. This is public record. Many moms have already taken their daughters out of the church because they were scared. And my family has even gotten threats for speaking out.
Ms. Wright.
We need to protect mentally challenged people and hold those who hurt them accountable. This man is 30 years older than my niece, and this is not just about her. This is about the community, because this is where he's at, and he's interacting with our children. And he's old enough to be her grandfather. He was supposed to be someone she could trust. We cannot accept a situation where predators have access to our kids. We can't let a predator have any say in our children's safety and education.
Ms. Wright.
Madam President, I am begging the school board for a meeting in person to hear my family story. This person did this. This person who did this is someone who is sitting in this room right before you. I have a clear demand. This board member must be removed immediately. He is clearly a threat to our children, our community. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Wright, again, yes. I just thank you. Ms. I just want to, no, you may leave. I just want to reiterate that we want to make sure that we deal with matters pertaining to the board. This is an open forum for public comment, but this is a board meeting to conduct board business. The public does have a right to speak, so you see me being mindful because I do respect public voice, but we also want to keep decorum within the framework of our meetings. The next person to speak, I only have Pamela as a name.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. I want to leave that with you. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Good evening again.
Good evening.
I'm Pamela, and that's sufficient for me. What I do is more important than my name. The word says to study to show yourself approved unto God, a workman, woman, boy, girl, needing not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. When I was here on the last time, I stated to you that I would like to have prayer in the name of Jesus Christ restored back into the school system. I have not heard from anyone yet. I went to Columbus and asked that that would be done. When you took prayer out of the school, you took the power of peace out of the school system. And I want to reiterate that I do want that again. Literacy. Letting information talk eloquently, rendering alliances, communicating to you. Literacy. We have our school system because we want to focus on literacy. Literacy functions not only in reading, writing, and math, but literacy also is a financial matter. They're having budget hearings in Columbus right now, Columbus, Ohio. We need some financial literacy. We need funding in these school systems. Not all schools have computers. Not all schools are financially able, the parents, to financially fund their children to be in the school system. We need some financial literacy. This literacy will open doors of communication to curtail violence. It will open communication to stop racism. It will open communication back to the faith community because, once again, without prayer, you have no power. Literacy. I want to encourage you today to not fight among yourselves. We have enough of that. but to come together to see what you have in common, not your differences. We have parents in this room, and children do what they see, not what they hear. I am a preacher of the gospel of Jesus Christ, which is the power of God through the salvation of Jesus Christ, and I must practice what I preach and live what I teach. This school system must also do the same thing.
That's a word.
The church will never go out as being the light in the community. I ask you once again to please put prayer back into our school system as a mandatory practice in the name of Jesus Christ, who is the author and finisher and faith of the United States of America. Without Jesus Christ, we have no nation. A nation that denies God is a nation that will be destroyed by its own lack of confidence and faith in Jesus Christ. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, to address the board, we have Ms. Lori Alameen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Or afternoon, I should say. My name is Lori Alameen, and I'm an intervention specialist at Voris CLC. More importantly, I'm a passionate advocate for our students and teachers. I am here today in support of the Peer Assistance Review Program, or PAR, that is being cut in the district budget. This program supports new teachers in their first year of teaching. Research shows that a seasoned teacher guiding a new teacher helps them improve their teaching craft. Having real-time teacher support is crucial. The blueprint for our district talks about student achievement. When a teacher is supported, children are supported. Speaking from my own personal experience, I've been in the district going on 14 years now, and when I started in special education in the unit for Achieve, I had the pleasure of having a PAR person to support me that also taught in the unit before. So it was crucial for her to be able to engage with me, understand where I was coming from, where the students were coming from. I mean, it was just a breath of fresh air to have her come and meet with me. I could call her at any time, text her. It was very important. If this program is removed, who will support those teachers? The principal? The instructional coach? Not going to happen. Please make our classrooms the priority. We do not need to add any more to their plate. These positions should be protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alameen. Next, we have Ms. Margaret Brim. I hope I said your name correctly. Or is it Breen? Margaret Breen? Brian, okay. Breen. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Margaret Bream, and I belong to multiple community organizations, but today I speak as a private citizen living in Ohio, in Akron, Ohio. I have read the investigation report regarding Dr. Robinson. I am appalled that an investigation was conducted due to the complaints of 16 people in such a large organization, especially since some were no longer employed by the district. It was a huge waste of taxpayer dollars for what was clearly a collusion against the superintendent who did nothing wrong and was trying to do his job well. There was nothing wrong with anything the superintendent said or the actions he took listed in the report. However, the collusion of those 16 people and 3 school board members showed that none of the employees involved should remain employed and that the 3 board members violated their fiduciary responsibilities to the tax-paying citizens of Akron. Those involved created a hostile work environment for Dr. Robinson, including violating his civil rights. Dr. Robinson seemed to have worked hard to preserve the jobs of those included in the investigation report and shouldn't have because of their own actions. In addition, making false statements to the press shows that these people were working with the union to ruin Dr. Robinson's career rather than the union negotiate in good faith for the next round of contract negotiations. One board member had a conflict of interest when he applied to be appointed to the Akron School Board, which he knew. He had a conflict of interest when he accepted the appointment, which he knew. And his actions were based on that conflict of interest rather than based on his obligation to the community. I hope Dr. Robinson stays in his position as superintendent, and the board should vote to keep him. And the community should know that any board member who doesn't vote to keep Dr. Robinson is doing so because they are compromised and working with the union against the taxpayers of this community. In addition, if they vote against Dr. Robinson staying, they have proven that they are incompetent as board members because now many on the board have hired 2 people they later said was not the correct person for the job. I understand why Dr. Robinson might not want to stay at Akron Public Schools. I hope he does stay. The 3 board members involved should resign due to their unethical actions. The remaining board members and the superintendent or acting superintendent should refuse to negotiate with the current union rep because the situation proves she is not capable and cannot negotiate anything in good faith. In addition, the teachers who have a high rate of absenteeism should be fired. Their actions say they do not want the job. Please consider that many who work in Akron Public Schools are members of the union but do not live in Akron and therefore cannot and did not vote for you. But the tax-paying citizens can vote, and your responsibility as board members is to the tax-paying citizens of Akron. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bream. Next, we have Bishop Mark Neal.
Greetings to the Akron Public School Board members and President respectfully. I stand tonight as a pastor in the community. I pastor Dominion Family Church here in Akron. A former substitute teacher for 6 years and prayerfully a voice of reason tonight. I recently read in a Signal newspaper that there were 3 ways that should be considered for not retaining Superintendent Michael Robinson. 1 is simply termination. 2 is separation by the buyout. 3, accept Robinson's resignation with no buyout. I'm not sure who decided upon these particular options as the only means for moving forward, nor am I privy to who submitted them to Signal newspaper with or without the consent of all board members. Let me be clear that I have not read the entire report that was done by an independent law firm. Because the problem with reports and reporting is typically they only give one side and not a full picture. As I myself was the victim of a columnist by the name of Field, I won't give his last name, in 2011, that at the time Mr. Marco Somerville asked the question to Field, Field, do you believe that Bishop Mark Neal did those things? And Field answered, no, but it certainly makes a good story. I have learned that there are some people who are only looking for a good story and not a resolution. So allow me to offer additional ways on moving forward. 1, retain the superintendent with conditions. These conditions should be the superintendent be placed on a 90 or 120-day probationary period. The superintendent be required to attend conflict resolution training that will also be able to be shared with other administrators. The superintendent required to meet personally and individually with every accuser to be held accountable for what was said or what was not said for a formal apology. There also be appointed an advisory team that he is required to meet with weekly. If this was a school teacher that had accusations that was brought against him or her, certainly the union would be stepping in and assisting them to retain their position. However, I do not know if any of our personal or professional records was called into question today. How many of us could stand here without guilt? Certainly all of us would be guilty. I'm hoping and praying again that we can have the spirit of reconciliation, which is a spiritual gift that we all should have. At some point, we need to stop allowing politics to influence our decision and allow our character to speak truth to light. So I close with this. If you're going to vote tonight, vote to retain. so that we can bring harmony back and focus again back upon our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bishop Neal. Next, I believe it's Ashley Schmidt or Schmid.
Sorry, I don't have a printer. Good afternoon. My name is Ashley Schmidt, and I am the parent of 2 young boys at Resnick CLC. I am here today to address the practice of using schools as polling locations while students and teachers are in session. APS has 26 elementary schools and continues to utilize 8 of them as polling locations during a regular school day. According to data submitted by the Ohio Board of Elections, last year there were 2,925 voters at Resnick alone. If you combine the total of in-person voters from all 8 elementary schools, there were 21,024 members of the public who entered our schools on Election Day. Resnick, along with many other CLCs in the district, have a long history of being utilized as polling locations for the community. Yet we can all agree that a lot has changed in APS over the years. For example, parents used to be welcome and encouraged to volunteer in the building during the school day. Security practices in APS have changed notably with mandates from the district. Now, fingerprint printing, background checks, and ID scanning are required safety measures for entering the building. There are even new safety protocols for events held with large crowds or after hours at school buildings within the district. APS determined that our school dance required 3 security guards, despite the event being chaperoned by 1 adult per child. As a parent, I am very frustrated that the same consideration for altering safety protocols has not been directed to the practice of voting in schools while in session. The double standards of safety measures are confusing at best and read as extremely tone deaf to the changing needs of our community. It was suggested by one of your board members that the PTA provide our own security on May 6th if we were not satisfied with current safety precautions. For the record, we are not satisfied. For reference, the current safety plan for our school states that the district will work to see if we can place a cord in the hall so that voters can follow that cord to block off the classrooms, and also includes the district's plan to reach out to APD to stop by during school hours. This plan, nor the suggestion for PTA backup, does not read as a well-thought-out approach to a considerable safety risk that the district is making on our behalf. For those of you who are not familiar with the layout of Resnick, historically, voters have been permitted to enter through the front doors and are then led through a hallway to find voting booths set up in the gym. Unlike other building layouts that allow for more isolated voting space, this problematic footpath provides direct access to the 2 winged hallways that hold the school's classroom and bathrooms. On April 6th, I started a petition online to address this issue directly. I've had the privilege of speaking at length with numerous Resnick family members. After securing 167 signatures from teachers and parents, I can confidently say that there is a significant disapproval of holding school during the primaries. At this phase of the game, I strongly suggest a calamity day. Without a change of plans, you can anticipate a call to action with at least 40 to 50 student absentees due to the grossly inadequate safety plan on behalf of the district and the school itself. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Next to address the board, we have Mrs. Buchanan.
Good afternoon. I am Mrs. Merdice Matthews Buchanan. I am a retired science educator. I am a product of the Akron Public School System and 1969 graduate of Akron South. My background is in chemistry, physics, and biology. And I am here because I've been watching via the television the board meetings. I do not like what I'm seeing because we have to put our children first, and it is not being done. And I want to see each of you working together. And I'm certainly going to miss Dr. Robinson if he decides to leave. I know about a system because I left the medical profession as a medical technologist, diagnosing diseases, to transition into teaching school. And my students have done well all over the United States and around the world. So I suggest that each of you work together, because it don't have to have a handle behind your name to spew out awful things. So please, work together and do right by Dr. Robinson and do right about yourselves. I have spoken and I meant what I said. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Buchanan. That concludes our request to address the board. Are there any board member reflections at this time? Any board member reflections? Vice President Alexander?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I forgot to talk about this last meeting, and it's again, it's about our students. There's an Art Spark program that was at Firestone CLC, and this was the early learning program students who were over there, who were actually performing in front of their parents and school personnel to show their skills, the listening skills, the motor skills, and all the other skills they have. Some were excited to be there, some were really not excited to be there, but it's all about those students, and it's to see all those students on the stage, young kids, doing as well as they did, speaking as well as they did, and performing as well as they did, listening as well as they did. I thought it was such a very, very good program, and I think I would look forward to hopefully seeing this again next year. Again, this is the Art Sparks program, and it's deal with our early learning students. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President Alexander. Are there any other board member reflections? Member Hall?
Thank you, Madam President. Over this past week and weekend, I attended the National Alliance of Black School Educators, better known as NAPSE, in Columbus. And I tell you, these trainings and these conferences are amazing. I was able to ask very important questions regarding our district, what other school districts are doing, in different ways that we can bring things to Akron that we may not be doing. Also, they have a parent summit, which I would love next year to get our PTA and our parents down there. It's a free event. They provide breakfast and lunch. The only thing we have to do is transport the parents there and back. It's just a one-day event, nothing overnight. And I think this would be a great opportunity for our parents to be more engaged. We want our parents to be more engaged. We constantly talk about our parents being more engaged. And I think this would be a great opportunity for our parents to learn different pathways of being more engaged and how to get things done at their schools. Superintendent, I don't want to take your shine, but I do want to recognize, is it okay, or is this in your plan? It is, but you sure? Okay. I just want to give a shout out to Chris Haynes, principal from Schumacher. Would you like to stand? Let's give him a round of applause. Then I'll tell you about him. And also Tyreek Hill, student at Schumacher CLC. They were honorees for this. Oh, hi, Tyreek. They were honorees at this event. And another amazing thing about Mr. Haynes is he received the 2025 NASB Northwest Leadership Award. The only person in Akron. So I am very pleased and proud to witness your greatness and keep doing what you're doing, and congratulations.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Congratulations. Are there any other board member community reflections? Yes, Member Molnar.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I want to say voting matters. As an elected official, I spend a lot of time encouraging people to come out and vote, and especially now, we have really critical issues locally. Locally, we have ward issues for new city council people, and these council people are going to make important decisions for our community, like whether or not we're going to be a sanctuary city and things like that. This is going to affect all of us, and I really want everyone to go out and vote on May 6th. It's really important to do that. And I want people to come to our CLCs and see our CLCs and visit them. However, focusing on our students, which is what I was elected to do, I do not believe that it has been safely followed through on how we can have people come in to the building and vote on Election Day while holding a normal day of school. On March 24th, I asked administration direct questions about safety protocols because I knew parents had questions, had concerns from years of experiences. And the answers I got to these or responses, not answers, for instance, about attendance. One of the parents mentioned that they've been told, well, if you don't like what we're doing, just pull your kids out for the day. So I asked a question on March 24th about what our attendance data is. As a board member, I asked for attendance data a month ago, and what I received was something from the Board of Elections about voter rates. I wanted student attendance information, and as a board member, why couldn't I get that even after a month? Because I know that student attendance is important. We spend so much time and energy on attendance. It's reported on a report card. Why would we encourage parents to leave? Parents are asking and being ignored and said just to leave. While we're in a lawsuit for vouchers, we're encouraging parents, if you don't like it, just leave. I think that sends a really bad message. I don't think parents are feeling supported, especially when building access is so uneven. And some of the schools like Reimer, Findlay, Forest Hill, Bookdale, those schools, people can walk right into the gym, right out. No access to anywhere else in the building. This is not the case in Resnick, where the person spoke about having 100 and a whole bunch, half of the school's signatures. There is no way to rope off and prevent access and also allow students to eat lunch in the cafeteria. It's either or. Either they have access through the Voters on Voter Day, or they have access to I'm going to go over my 3 minutes because I've asked this question for a month and I have not been able to finish it. So I'm almost done. But incomplete plans endanger trust.
Member Molnar, just a point of order, Member Molnar, yes. Because we want to stay as tight as possible to the schedule and the rules that we set in place.
It would be less than a minute.
I'm just calling a point of order.
I'm an elected official, and it is not the law for 3 minutes. So I'm going to go on and say I spoke with Officer Jones. I don't have another chance for this. So I spoke with Officer Jones.
Member Molnar, I'm calling for a point of order, and you continue. It's a decorum for the meeting, Member Molnar. These answers and these questions that you're positing at this moment, if you didn't get an answer in a month ago, whoever you deposited to, I don't know that it's being presented now. Member Molnar, I'm respectfully asking that you respect the same time within the frame that we gave to the community.
And I'm saying I need 30 more seconds and I would have been done by now. My call to action,
but
as
Member
I spoke
Molnar,
with Officer
is
Jones,
very disrespectful, your actions, Member Molnar. Extremely disrespectful as a board member.
This is extremely disrespectful.
It is not. I called a point of order of the chair of this meeting, and the fact that you want to continue on to put for a statement to
Families
grandstand
deserve a written safety plan. Families deserve to know how students will move safely within buildings during voting hours. Parents deserve to know how voter traffic will be separated during student arrival and dismissal. And people have not even visited the school to examine if there is a safety issue. And the Board of Elections needs to know that from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock, there are no parking spaces.
About the disrespect of the chair from Member Molnar. Right about that. Right about these bullying tactics of Member Molnar against the chair.
Because from 2 to 3, there's no access to the building. So what I have asked is to send a written safety plan to families and host a public safety Q&A so families can know if their children are safe. Our families are concerned that their children are not safe. Please at least give them some information. Communicate, please, to families what the plan is and allow them to have a Q&A with someone from safety about the building plan for the day.
Exactly. We promote that behavior, and if our children do it, we want to kick them out for insubordination in our schools, but a board member posits that. That's very interesting in what we celebrate. Are there any other board member community reflections? Member Harrison, and then you've been recognized as well, Member Autry, when Member Harrison completes. Thank you, Member Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to reiterate and continue to stand on the public should be able to say whatever they want to say in their 3 minutes. I think that no, I'm talking about the public. I'll let you run your meeting. I ain't getting to you with your meeting. But the 3 minutes, the public should be able to say what they want to say. If they have a grievance, if they have something they want to put out here, I think they should be able to do it because it's their 3 minutes, and that's part of the public records. No matter how painful it be, we just have to be accountable for what we say in other areas. Amen? So there's 3 things I want to talk about. I want to talk about and I'm not going to say this right, Thespian Conference at Firestone. We got a email, and it's been transferred to our interim superintendent, and so that is the superintendent is looking at that. I just want to acknowledge that I just want to acknowledge that we did get the email and that is being looked at. Kenmore, the kids at Garfield, I'm going to say Kenmore football field, but it's Garfield. We heard you. That's being worked on. So we will have an update about the Kenmore field and what the kids, they conveyed what they needed, and I think we are working on that. And the RIF notifications, the reduction in force. It's unfortunate that we will have to cut staff, but we will have to cut staff. Trying to make the cuts as painless as possible, but we have gotten information, and we want to acknowledge the psychologists, want to acknowledge that we understand the art therapy, job coaching, audio-visual. We have received this information, and we don't know the details. We're still working on the plan. We still have meetings scheduled, but we have received the information. But the reality is to the community is we have to cut. We just want to make sure that what we cut is we're not cutting bone, but we have to cut. But we want to make sure that we do it in a way that is fair and does reflect that is something that we went through a process to get to. We went through a process, so we're looking at all the complaints that we had. And I just wanted to acknowledge all of those emails and especially the students' concerns.
Respect. Thank you, Member Harrison, for that. Member Autry.
Thank you, Madam President. So as Member Hall already mentioned, I also had the opportunity to attend the Midwest Region Conference of the National Alliance of Black School Educators, hosted by the Ohio Alliance of Black School Educators. And so we've already acknowledged Principal Haynes, but it's okay to acknowledge him more than one time because we can hear all the negative stuff over and over and over again. We can hear the positive stuff over and over and over again. So the things that school and that PTA are doing should be commended. Congratulations. I was proud to be able to support Mr. Haynes for his exemplary leadership, outstanding vision, dedication, loyalty, and commitment, as well as the student Tyreek Hill. Also, we had Principal Teresa Essendow from Findlay that was there in attendance, and they were being recognized because of significant academic improvement from one school year to the next. And Glover CLC was also recognized at that event. Member Hall mentioned the various workshops geared around parents, teachers, administrators, board members. As we know, there's still a lot of unknowns about a lot what's going on, redistribution of the responsibilities and resources, checking compliance, etc. We were encouraged to follow Bill Tracker. Ohio School Board Association has a bill tracker feature on their website, so you can keep track of all of these bills that are happening. But one thing I think might be important to students, as I've talked and met with them about their concerns around DEI, and there are different clubs like Black United Students. So it sounds like the various clubs are protected and okay, as long as they're open to all. But the subject matter and the topics are okay to still address as long as they're factual. So I just wanted any students who are concerned about their clubs being affected by this DEI stuff to know that as long as everyone is welcome to those clubs, that they're okay to continue on and address those topics that matter and are important to them. Lastly, I just want to say, as the Firestone Cluster Liaison, and just in response, I want to actually thank our safety team for keeping us safe. I have a student who also went to Resnick as well, and I didn't open enroll. I lived in that community, and so things were okay then. I'm not aware of any incidents. I think it's unfair to characterize our safety team as grossly inadequate, because that's just not fair to those people who have kept us safe. And I want to thank the voters who actually have come out to support our CLCs. And so they are part of the CLC. They're actually the C. So I want to thank those voters for continuing to support APS. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Autry. Member Sykes, please.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Just to, first of all, I want to say welcome to our interim superintendent, Superintendent Audley. Just want to follow up on the voting. Just mention that early voting has started, has been taking place for a number of weeks now. Early voting this week would take place from 7:30 until 7:30 a.m. and 7:30 p.m., except tomorrow. You can vote as late as 8:30. That is at the Summit County Board of Election Early Voting Center. Early voting will take place Saturday from 8 a.m. until 4 p.m. and Sunday from 1 p.m. until 5 p.m. So right after church, we want to go vote. During this primary election, we have Ward 1, where you are selecting your council member, as well as Ward 8, and Issue 18, which is our library issue. And I think we all can say, we just heard about our children reading and how wonderful that was, and how wonderful it is to have the beautiful libraries that we have here in our community that allow our children to also visit the library and do all kinds of things. My first job was at the Memphis and Shelby County Public Library, and it was such an adventure and such a wonderful place to work, and to realize all of the advantages that we have when we go to the library. We can just hang out there all day. Nobody says anything to you. You can do all kinds of things there. It's a fun place to be. So remember Issue 18 on our ballot. And also we have a state issue that will allow the state to, when they go out with different projects, to go out and to sell bonds in order to pay for those projects. So just want to bring that to everyone's attention, because there is nothing better than this country, than this city, than this state, than this county that we live in, that we live in a democracy where we can go out and vote. We can go out and vote. And there are so many people that wish they had the opportunities that we do. And no matter what you think about each one of these individuals sitting around here, they've taken the time to go out, to get on the ballot, or to be appointed, and to be voted into this seat. And that's what's important. That's what's important, this democracy, and that we all have a voice, and that we can speak our mind within our time limit, that we can speak our mind and say the things that we need to say, because so many people don't. And we may disagree. You may disagree, but we still can disagree. And we end up at the ballot box and not in the street fighting. That's what's important about this country. So please vote. Remember, early voting starts at 7:30. Be there. Be there, vote. Thank you so much, Madam President.
No, thank you, Member Sykes. That was a wonderful public service announcement. Very informative. I'm grateful for it. Are there any other board member discussions? I do have a very brief reflection. I just want to highlight, and the Member Sykes was also in attendance. Since the last time we met, we did have the Hero K. Stubbs Scholarship Banquet, and it was a wonderful event. And I just want to highlight a couple of our students who received scholarships. We had Jordan Colbert from STEM High School. Jaquan Haddon from Bookdale, CLC, Kiara Dinkins from Elliott Community Learning Center. We also had Christian Roebuck from Firestone High School, and Lamiria Trammell from Bookdale High School, as well as Alora Yoder from Bookdale High School. Many of these students received full tuition scholarships from the University of Akron as well as Kent State University. So we definitely want to thank our community partners. We want to thank the Harold K. Stubbs Committee for having a heart and a willingness to keep the legacy alive and to pour into our students here at Akron, in Akron Public Schools and the greater Akron community. So that concludes my reflection. Next is the President's I apologize, Member Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to give a shout out to Sean Jones from East High School, who graduated from Bowling Green University and signed an undrafted free agent contract in the NFL. So with the draft, everybody's watching the quarterback, but Sean Jones, defensive back from East High School, signs undrafted. That's
a hand clap at East High School. All right, thank you for that, Member Harrison. We want to celebrate our students. All right, I have no President's report today. Superintendent's report or updates?
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to ask everyone to join me in celebrating Rhonda Ferguson. She is the recipient of the 2025 Ohio Education Association Education Support Professional of the Year. I'm not sure if Ms. Ferguson is here this evening. Is Mrs. Ferguson here? I would like to read just a little bit about the award. This award emphasizes the contributions of education through our support professionals to their schools, communities, and all education, and demonstrates outstanding accomplishments and dedication to their profession. We know, if you know Mrs. Ferguson, you know that she truly is dedicated to Akron Public Schools and the families that we serve. So thank you, Mrs. Ferguson, for all that you do. This is a recognition that is very well deserved. I'd also like to say congratulations to our State Science Day Project Scholar winners. We had 91 scholars participate either individually or in teams. Of those, 27 earned a superior rating and 64 earned an excellent rating. So outstanding work to our scholars, and thank you to Dr. Katrina Halassa for her work. Okay, just when you thought I was done, I'm not. I would like to now recognize Laura Kepler. The Ohio Department of Education and Workforce Office of Nutrition completed their review of Akron Public Schools' compliance with federal and state regulations focused on our school meal program. They found that our all-school meal program areas are in compliance. They extended their appreciation for their commitment to the school meal program and operation. So again, we congratulate Laura Kepler and her staff in the Office of Child Nutrition. I am not sure if a representative from Project Grad, Jackie Silas Butler, is the executive director, but we would like to take a moment to congratulate Project Grad Akron on being selected as an awardee for the Soul of Philanthropy Akron Awards, a program of the Black Giving Collective at the Akron Community Foundation. They were selected for the Outstanding Institution in the Philanthropy category. So the category recognizes a business or an institution that has shown its long-term commitment to uplifting the community for an extended period of time, at least 15 years plus. So again, we would like to congratulate Jackie Silas Butler and the Project Grad staff for all that they do to support our scholars. There are just a couple photos at this time I would like to show. You've already heard from board members Hall and Autry about our program at in Columbus, where we had Christopher Haynes recognized by the district as an outstanding administrator. Then he went on to compete at a Midwest regional level, and he was recognized as one of their 6 winners. So we would again like to congratulate Mr. Haynes, and that is a photo of all that were in attendance, minus our Assistant Superintendent, Tamia Caver, was also in attendance. So congratulations, and I would like to thank our board members who took time out, who were able to take time out of their schedules to attend, and I have a save the date for all of our board members. If you would like to consider the next event, this is the 53rd National Alliance of Black School Educators Annual International Conference, which will be held in Chicago, Illinois, December 10th through 14th. If you're interested, I could certainly give you additional information. Blueprint for Excellence. Our strategic plan and our next Cornerstone meetings are as follows. Cornerstone 2, Academic Achievement, will take place on Tuesday, May 6th at 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. here in room 201. Cornerstone 1, Culture and Safety and Belonging, and Cornerstone 4, Family, Partners, and Community Engagement, will take place on May 6th at 3:30 and 5 o'clock in room 207. Cornerstone 3, Operational Excellence, will take place on May 8th at 3:30 and 5 p.m. Both are virtual meetings. And finally, I would like to say thank you to all of our partners, our families, and supporters who so generously donate and provide grants to support our scholars. Your contributions are truly, truly appreciated. And if we could close by looking at our Be Kind 330. At Harris Jackson, our students are teaming up to make a difference and create a positive school environment. This week, our 4th and 5th graders had follow-up meetings with the admin team and school counselor to review the ideas they brainstormed earlier this semester to improve the school climate and culture. They reflected on data collected from their Transcend survey for grades 4 and 5 and the school perception survey for grades K through 3. Working in small groups, our students provided leadership teams with thoughtful ideas to make our school experience better for everyone. Their suggestions included to increase kindness, recognize positive behavior, improve group work skills, enhance the lunch experience, and support students who need language assistance, and so much more. It was inspiring to see the students excited about contributing to a positive change. Please stay tuned for more. A special thank you to our wonderful counselor, Lisa Heath, for sharing this story and fostering such a meaningful student engagement opportunity. And that includes the interim superintendent's report.
Thank you. It's a lot to say. Interim Superintendent Otley. Next, we will have the Treasurer's Report. Dr. Thompson. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Madam President, Vice President, and members of the board, Superintendent Otley. I have two things to report on this evening, and they're both very positive, and so that feels good to me right now. So our fiscal year 2025 state audit report. So I'm taking it section by section, these aren't my words, they came from our report. Under the clean audit opinion, we received a clean audit opinion. We received an unmodified or clean, which is the highest you can receive. Our financial statements are accurate and fully compliant with GAAP. We disclosed a $13.24 million in tax abatements due to the City of Akron's incentive programs. And consistently throughout our audit, the commentary was that we were being fully disclosing financial information. And of course, I think we would all agree that this is important in terms of trying to build trust and full transparency in our community. Under strong grant and funding management, we accurately recorded our $5.79 million in the Ohio Facilities Construction Commission's receivables. That's our construction projects. They're just about completely wrapped up. The CLC part are the initial ones. We still have 2 construction projects that are just getting off the ground now, and we met all those requirements for our reimbursements. Under compliance and controls, there were no findings for material weaknesses or non-compliance. And we demonstrated, as noted by the state auditors, strong internal controls and ethical fiscal practices. There was one section on improvements, or what they wanted us to take a look at. One of those was to reduce, it was mostly all focused on this, and that is reducing the number of individuals from 3 various departments who had access to sensitive records, primarily personnel records. All 3 are moving in concert with one another to execute things like payroll and benefits, et cetera, et cetera. But just over the course of time, the list of people that had access to that information was something that needed to be taken a look at as commented by the auditors. We did do that, and we have significantly reduced those just down to the number of people that are primary in executing the work. So the bottom line overall is Akron Public School, according to the auditor, implements financially sound practices, is transparent and compliant, and positions the district as a trustworthy steward of public dollars. So I think that's very positive. That's a third party doing this. That's what they do for their living. And so, certainly inherited a finance department that was well run by our previous treasurer, which certainly made things a lot easier. And I would be remiss not to say that we have an absolutely awesome finance department. 15 people work there, and I can honestly say that every single one of them is knowledgeable, works hard, and works well together. So it's really, the credit is them. I just get lucky enough to be able to tell you about it. So financial report. Don't freak out at first. So you might when you first look at this. Total revenues, I'm taking the highlights. Total revenues are $8,258,000 unfavorable, meaning less than what we forecasted. Our expenditure total, that's a positive number, $3.1 million less than forecasted. But the net trend is minus $5 million. But just received this morning, these are actual numbers. So in March, our revenue was down $17 million, which is alarming. But compared to last year, but just received this morning was our final tax settlement of $29 million. This is reflecting our levy passage. So again, thank you, community, because we wouldn't be able to keep our head above water if it weren't for the support of our community. So overall, this is what our estimated trends look like. Certainly much different than what is in your financial report. Again, this information is, after receiving this morning, it will be posted by Friday. So it takes a few days to post that information. That concludes my report, Madam President. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. And very quickly, because you triggered something in my mind, because we are full of gratitude for the community that supported our levy. And I've recently received some calls and community feedback about this news story. And I know Member Harrison was seeking to set the record straight about the $16,000 that was spent on administrators to seem as though we were just spending in access. And the understanding from some community members is that they believe it's their tax dollars and that they passed the levy. And so can we add some clarity to that, just in regards to that these are not monies coming from general funds, if you can, or if you want to call someone up, just for community's sake, because they are very concerned. And I've received a call and I felt, and I want to address the calls that I received, even though I will follow up. If you're watching, I am going to follow up later, but I feel if these people have concerns, then this would be a perfect platform for you to address. Thank you, Dr. Thompson.
Yeah. So we applied for, actually, prior to even Dr. Robinson's arrival, the grant was submitted while Superintendent Fowler Mack was here. So it is a $250,000 Hewlett-Packard grant that was time set. So it would sunset. We had a certain amount of time to spend that money, and it was very, very specific in the grant what its purpose was. And the purpose is to train and professionally develop senior level administrators. And we have extended the grant for 2 years because we've been trying to strategically use that money in professional development. So there are still roughly $15,000 remaining in that account, but that was the purpose of the account. It is not general fund dollars, and it is most certainly not taxpayer money.
Excellent, Dr. Thompson, and thank you for sharing that with us and giving us that insight. Member Harrison, please, and then we'll move on. Thank you, Dr. Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you just briefly go over what happens to that money if we don't spend the grant money? What happens to those funds?
Well, fortunately, the Hewlett-Packard has given us 2 extensions of 1 year and then a second year. Otherwise, we would have to return the money in its entirety, or whatever is remaining balance, back to Hewlett-Packard.
So if we don't use it to have these professional trainings?
Goes back to Hewlett-Packard.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you both for setting the record straight. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. All right, is there a motion to approve the resolution for the March 2025 financial report?
So moved.
It's been moved by Member Harrison. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Sykes. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Dr. Thompson, roll call, please.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Dr. Molinar.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Next is the approval of previous meeting minutes. Regular board meeting. Is there a motion to approve the meeting minutes, from the regular board meeting for April 14th, 2025?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Dr. Thompson, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Dr. Molinar?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. Is there a motion to approve the special board meeting minutes for April 15th of 2025?
So moved.
It's been moved by Member Hall. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Member Sykes. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, roll call vote, please, Dr. Thompson.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Dr. Molinar?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. Next, we'll have personnel recommendations. Ms. Otley.
Thank you, President Jackson. We will begin with Section 10, Professional Staff and Administrators. Does the board have any questions about these personnel items?
Member Hall, you've been recognized.
Yes, so, thank you, Madam President. I was just looking, I noticed, since I know we dissolved the DEI department, and for 10, which one is this? 1010, I'm just curious, did this go through the Finance Committee for approval of this?
So this particular position did not go through the Finance Committee, but it's not a change in the overall budget as it relates to the salary, and the entire compensation package is actually the same. And the position was actually put on the board so that we could have just the record showing that we have a different department.
Okay.
That's led by our leader that's in this department, Dr. Chapman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hall.
Does the board have any questions about the personnel items for Section 11? Miscellaneous? If there are no questions, I will move on to Section 12. I would like to recommend the removal of item 12.1.
Table.
Is there a motion to remove item 12.1 from this agenda?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we remove that item at the recommendation of the superintendent.
Thank you, Member Harrison. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Autry. Any discussion? Dr. Thompson, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Dr. Molinar?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. 12.1 is tabled.
Thank you, Doctor.
Does the board have any questions for personnel items for Section 12?
Oh, no, not 12. No, no.
Member Hall? Member
No,
Hall?
not 12.
Okay, thank you.
there are no additional questions, does the board have any questions for section 13, substitute teachers? If there are no questions, does the board have any questions regarding section 14, tutors?
Yes. Yes, Member Hall,
Thank you, Madam President. I've noticed a lot of our agendas that we are losing tutors, but are we replacing these tutors? And then also, second question, I'll just do it all together. What schools are losing the tutors, and will they regain tutors for their, I mean, I don't know if it's just a school or if these are traveling tutors, like half day at certain places, but do we have enough tutors to continue the work?
We'll have Keith Lichty address that for us.
Good evening. Thank you to the board. So we do have about 140 tutors employed in the district. They're all paid through our title federal dollars doing high dosage tutoring. We do have a posting up continuously because it is a hard to staff position. Our tutors in the district are, we go for certified teachers 24 hours a week. And so oftentimes, as we know, there's a teacher shortage. We are losing our certified teachers to full-time positions in other districts, sometimes even within our own district, which is a good thing for folks to work their way up. But we do keep a list. I could share that with the superintendent to share with you on exactly how many tutors we have at each building and which ones are vacant.
Okay. Can I just follow up?
Yes, Member Hall.
Just a quick follow-up. The reason why I asked the question, because I just, we need tutors in our schools, and I don't want some schools with a lot of tutors and then some schools that are affected by resignations or retirement. So as long as we have enough tutors across the board that can help and service all of our schools, I have no problems with that.
Thank you. And so we have been filling, when we cannot find a certified teacher, we do move to sub-tutors. So anyone out there with a 4-year degree can apply to our human capital department. And we are always interviewing. And so that's kind of mid-year. What happens is we'll look for that substitute tutor to fill those vacancies. And there are, I think we do have a couple buildings out there who are unfilled at this time, but we do work very hard to get those filled as soon as possible.
Thank you for that. And just to add upon that, we had a teacher, an intervention specialist that during public comments, she came and she spoke about the PAR program and the research that's consistent with mentoring, teacher mentoring. And I would posit even and take that further is that when we look at the level to which we lose tutors, that we're losing teachers, the retention problem with teachers, and also the recruitment issue that we have, because Akron is a very good district for teachers as far as pay, so I understand. And so it's a good place to work. So when you see people exiting the district for whatever reasons or not staying or seeking to come to the district, we need to examine some things like Spicer, maybe like psychological empowerment or some implicit followership theories, which side with implicit followership theories, it says that leadership, right, comes up with these specific schemas or cognitive perceptions of who they believe people are. Those perceptions would be, the people would be teachers in that incident. And if teachers are seen as having a positive followership prototype, then the administration pours into them, elevates them, gives them the resources they need to make sure that they have self-efficacy or self-success. However, if administrators see them as having a negative followership prototype, then they see them as insubordinate, conforming, meaning very passive, and so they don't give them those same resources. The reason why I just bring up this specific research, as the intervention mentioned about various research about teacher mentoring programs, is because it is this type of information or professional development that we need to examine, because then we need to look at then how does these implicit followership traits impact a teacher's psychological empowerment, meaning a teacher that feels that they're competent competent to do their job. They feel empowered to do their job. Because someone said it, if teachers are empowered teachers then will empower students. So they have to have meaning, a sense of impact, and things like that. So when we're looking at developing in programs, I think I just want to say that in this forum, that those are the type of things that we need to dive deep into to see really what is happening, where you have a district where the pay scale is good, there's various resources, the retirement is good, the medical benefits are amazing, and you have people leaving. And so we need to probably look at some more professional development from the administrative standpoint, that the lens is flipped so that administrator can see, how am I perceiving teachers, and then how is my perception of those teachers impacting how they perform, and then ultimately impacting students. So thank you for all those that shared. I'm sorry, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions about personnel items for Section 15, support staff?
Member Alter, you recognize.
Thank you, Madam President. And this is more of a comment around item 15.1. I understand our very own Ruth Ryman is going to be retiring as of August 31st, and I have to say out loud how much I've appreciated you since I've been on this board. You've been the assistant to superintendents for I'm not sure exactly how long, but I know that you are a reason why we've been able to keep going and keep focused and keep moving. And you know, when we're here late, you're here late. And so I just want to thank you and appreciate you for keeping us on track, all that you do, all that you have done, and enjoy your well-earned retirement.
Ditto, ditto.
That is across the board. Absolutely, Ruth Ryman, absolutely. Excellence in motion. It does look different. And my dear, it looks like you. God bless you on everything that you do. You surely have been a blessing to me since I've been on this board. Superintendent.
Does the board have any questions about personnel items for Section 16, paraprofessionals? Hearing none, does the board have any questions regarding Section 17, child nutrition? How about,
excuse me, yes, the paraprofessional, I'm still very concerned about these paraprofessionals because prior to you being seated in that position, so I apologize, just the issue, the concerns that these paras are sharing, and because we know that we are understaffed, just like with teachers, but I'm just curious, and not for this time, I just want to put that out there, we can follow up later, is what measures are being taken as far as, they're talking about physical issues happening with them with no recourse, allegedly, that they're saying like kids hitting paraprofessionals. I mean, I believe in discipline. Sometimes discipline has to happen in the school structure. I know all this other stuff, this coochie-coo stuff, but kids will stop hitting. You got kids hitting teachers, paraprofessionals, people that are there to try to assist. And as I'm understanding, now people can clear it up for me, that's fine. I stand on whatever I say, and I got rhinoceros skin, so I can take it. But what is happening? Like, what can we do to help to support to another level? What needs to shift to assist them to where we also, like we talked about the livable wage thing, and that's another component. So this is multifaceted, but I want to deal with the low-hanging fruit, which is what appears to be acts of violence against these individuals. So they call off and they don't come in, and it's not being addressed. It's what's being shared with me. And so I would love clarity for that because it is concerning. And when I see more and more resignations, and I know how my email was full just some months ago about this, I just want some clear follow-up. As an action steps when I say follow-up. Because if it is happening, which I believe it's happening as it's been shared, when I say follow-up, like what are some things, if it's some actionable things that we as the board may need to do to help to put legs and movements on how it empowers teachers, paraprofessional, building leaders, or whoever to do something in response to that. Thank you, Ms. Hotley.
Most definitely. I will personally follow up on that, and one could also be like around a focus group involving our paraprofessionals to get the information directly from them to see how best we can support them. So thank you.
Thank you.
If there's no additional questions, we'll move on to section 17, child nutrition. Hearing no questions, we'll move on to section 18, maintenance, operation, and transportation. Okay. No questions, we'll move on to section 19, security.
Member Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, if I could just pop back to 18 for a second. Are these positions, the resignations, are these factored into our current RIFs?
Ms. Carter.
Okay. So it would play a part in the RIFs as it relates to having assignments for people to go into instead of being reduced in force. So if I'm an 8-hour person and my position is being reduced to a 5-hour, I have the opportunity to bid into this position. But with this particular group, it's all based on seniority as relates to who can. So it's going to be a lot of movement happening within this particular group. And so it is taken into consideration as relates to the number of positions that will be available to those who are affected.
Okay, I don't want to talk about the available. I'm just saying these positions are budgeted positions that we're just keeping in the budget.
Yes.
And then the whole
correct
bidding, yeah. But the positions will stay in the budget.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Carter.
And Member Harrison, I believe maybe part of your question also will be addressed in when we get to section 21 under the RIFs. Okay. Okay, I am going back to section 19, which is security. Are there any questions under security?
Member Harrison.
Thank you. I think this is the value of Ruth. I think she gave me an explanation, and I just want to make sure that we, on the record, are for the public know that we're not losing security staff. We're switching. My understanding is it's switching to a different pay system.
For the positions that are listed
Yes.
here?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Did you have anything, a follow-up question? Was that well received?
Yeah. I just want to make sure that everybody know we're not
Correct.
losing security staff.
You're correct.
That was just transferring to a new pay system.
Correct.
So. Yeah.
Okay, there is nothing to report under section 20, so we'll move on to section 21.1 through 21.5. Are there any questions?
Member Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was my understanding, and the Finance Chair Sykes Madam Sykes can help me. I thought in the Finance Committee we looked at the dates by which we had to finalize the 5-year forecast, and we were trying to sync the vote on these cuts. And I think it was maybe a misunderstanding, but my understanding was we looked at the dates and we had 2 more meetings, 2 more board meetings in which to approve these. And so I thought in the finance meeting that we looked at the dates to make sure that we made the timeline of the 5-year forecast, but we were going to wait to make sure we got clarity on all of these positions and vote on either the meeting on the 12th or the 24th.
Okay.
Yes, Member Sykes.
Yes, we did discuss the dates. Of course, the 5-year forecast needs to be in Columbus by the 31st of May, and the treasurer had indicated that he would prefer at least the 30th of May. And so we did take a look at the calendar and determined that there were 2 dates in May that we could vote because Member Harrison had some more questions dealing with some of the reduction in force, and I don't know if other board members have any questions, so that we can delay this for another board meeting before voting on this, if it is the wishes of the board and the president.
Thank you, Member Sykes. Because to my knowledge, I didn't receive multiple fullback to make a statement on behalf of the board as far as pulling these items from the agenda. So this is why the agenda stayed as was. So I did not receive any indication as far as to Member Sykes' point regarding the moving of all of these RIF items from the agenda. Member Harrison, I did hear your point is that it was discussed in the Finance Committee meeting. However, it's on the agenda because it was not a board decision to move these items off the agenda, and that would have to be something to be decided by the board. Member, one second. Vice President Alexander.
So I'm asking, are we saying we're going to move all of 21, all the way through 21.6 and look at them at the next meeting or the following meeting so that the treasurer can meet the deadline? And we need to make sure that you get this information in time so that you can meet your deadline and not let it be a couple days before and all of a sudden you got a crunch to try to get it there. So you need to make sure it's plenty of time to get it to the state.
One second, Mr. Treasurer. And just for clarity, these are the RIFs from 21.1 through 21.5. Just the RIFs that we're discussing. Okay, I just want to make sure it's the RIF though, right? Member Harrison, that's we're talking about is 21.1 and 21.1 through 21.5, the RIF section.
Correct.
Okay.
And we have to do the 5-year forecast as well. So the RIFs go into the 5-year forecast. Mm-hmm. So we looked at the dates to make sure that we would not be late and that we had enough time to make sure that what we send is what we send. We still may have to make some correction, what do we call them, adjustments, or but we looked at the dates and that was the understanding. They both have to be in. And so that's what we were looking at in the Finance Committee.
Thank you for that clear rationale, Member Harrison. So to your point, Vice President Alexander, that we could discuss, and it could be, as a board, we can make that decision now and remove it like we did 12.1. So that's not a problem.
No, I'm okay with that. That's why I want to make sure, as long as we had enough time and we don't miss our deadline, I'm okay with it. We can pull them all off, talk about it, and then come back. And as long as we have enough time to get it done within the 5-year forecast, get it done so Dr. Thompson can get it down to the state on time, I'm okay with that.
And Dr. Thompson, thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut your wisdom. Okay. Dr. Thompson, you were going to speak. You clicked, so that's good. We're in good shape. All right. Member Hall.
Just really quick, while we're in process of talking about removing this from today, I'm curious, once it goes to finance, what schools are being affected with the RIFs by, some of these positions? So like what schools, because what I don't want is 5, 6 of these employees being taken from one particular school. If we're going to do it, let's make it balanced across the board so that every child has an opportunity to continue to learn and get what they need. So in the finance meeting, if we could just find out what schools, because I see you have names, so what schools these individuals are at, please.
Thank you, Member Hall. All right. So is there a motion then to remove items 21.1, because that's what I'm hearing, right? Am I hearing that from the board? Okay, is there a motion to remove items 21.1 through items 21.5 from this agenda?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Member Sykes, second by Member Harrison. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, roll call vote, please. Dr. Thompson.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Dr. Molinar.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0 to table 21.1 through 21.5.
Yes, madam.
Thank you. Could I just add a request? If there's anything that is of great concern regarding any of the items, if I could know in advance so that I could come prepared for that discussion at the next finance meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Otley. Member Hall? Yes. No, we just voted to remove the 21.5 through 21.1 through 21.5.
So now I'm going to take you to that. That's okay. So I wish to recommend at this time the approval of the personnel recommendations presented in categories 10 through 21.5, except for the items you have agreed to table, which would be 12.1 and section 21.1 through 21.5.
Well done. Ms. Otley, is there, Ms. Sykes? Is there,
Just to say the superintendent can't make that move.
Yeah,
Just-
Sykes.
I would just move to approve the request by Superintendent Otley.
All right, so.
I would move for that motion, the request made by the interim superintendent.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Member Sykes has made a motion based off the request from Superintendent Otley that we move to approve the personnel recommendations with the exception of 12.1 and items 21.1 through 21.5. Is there a second?
Second.
Woo, I don't need-
A lot of seconds.
Okay, it's been moved by Member Sykes, properly second by Member Autry. Any discussion? Seeing, hearing none, Dr. Thompson, roll call, please.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Abstain from 19.1, 19.2, and yes on everything else.
19.1 and 19.2. Reverend Harrison.
Out of an abundance of caution, abstain from 10.10, and yes on the balance.
Got it. Okay, so we have 6-0 with one abstention on all the items except 10.2, or excuse me, 10.10 and 19.2, 19.1. Those abstentions are from Member Hall, Member Harrison, and 7-0 on the balance.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions about the division recommendations? This is division, section 22, division recommendations, resolutions, and motions and approval.
Member Molinar.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a quick discussion. Item 22.2, the textbook adoption, APS Social Studies. I see there's still a lot of people here, and those supplies are right on the other side of the door. The globes are so fun to play with. I encourage everyone to see what it is that we're voting on because the presentation on this textbook adoption was very exciting. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Molinar. Any other?
No. So I wish to recommend the approval of the division recommendations, resolutions, and motions in Section 22.
Is there a motion to approve the division recommendations and resolutions and motions?
So moved.
It's been moved by Vice President Alexander. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Autry. Any discussion? Okay, seeing and hearing none. Dr. Thompson, roll call, please.
Dr. Molnar,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
I need to abstain 22-4 and yes to everything else.
Got it. Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
We are 6-0 with one abstention on 22.4, and we are 7-0 on the balance.
Next, we are at the business affairs recommendations in our agenda, 23.
Thank you, President Jackson. I would like to recommend the removal of item 23.6. Make that 26. Just one moment, please. Let me make sure I have the right one. Yes, 23.6.
The Superintendent Otley has recommended the removal of item 23.6. Is there a motion to remove that item?
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved by Member Harrison. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Vice President Alexander. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Dr. Thompson, roll call, please.
Dr. Molnar,
Yes.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Motion to table 23.6 carries 7-0.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions regarding the balance of Section 23?
Member Harrison?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to look out at 23.2, Ace of Diamond Enterprise. I sometimes give Deborah Folk a lot of grief, but I want to give her a shout out here. We have a college, our kids are having a college day at Garfield High School, and the colleges will be there to look at our athletes. They're trying to get scholarships. They will be lining the field at Garfield High School. I'm going to give you grief about the 60-yard field, but it's still Garfield High School, where football originated in the city of Akron.
Talk about it. Talk about it. Talk that talk.
Just want to take a look at some of those contracts sometimes, and they can look at and see how much it costs to line the field every time the field gets lined, or whenever we have to make a call to make something happen. But just wanted to give her a shout out for getting that contract in and getting it prepared for them kids to have their college day.
Thank you, Member Harrison. Member Autry.
Thank you, Madam President. My question was around item 23.12, the Smart Sheet Incorporated Purchase and Service Agreement. And I was just wondering if we could just get a little bit of information about this new, I guess it's a data management and workflow system. Is this how employees clock in? What does this all entail?
Mr. Keenan, could you come up? This is something that Mr. Keenan introduced to me recently, and it will help with our data analytics. But he has such a suave way of explaining it, I thought I'd share it with you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Keenan, thank you.
Appreciate the opportunity to speak. Smartsheet is for our uses right now, we're using it for data management and reporting in the facilities services area of the district. Currently, we all have self-made, self-built spreadsheets, typically Excel or in Google Sheets, and a lot of information spread over multiple servers and multiple different areas, and it takes a lot of time to readapt all of those spreadsheets and all of that data and all of that information as technology changes and as our processes change. So Smartsheet is this particular product is a cloud-driven product where we're able to upload all of our current data and make it more accessible and more usable across our whole team and across the whole district. And it's custom built to our needs. So all of the data for all of the buildings that we have can be in one place, a lot more accessible, and we can actually do a lot more reporting, tracking and reporting of all of that data that we have available to us and the data that comes in. There's also the ability then to adapt dashboards to our website if that is so desired. So there's public visibility on some of, especially our capital projects that go on throughout the year, as well as many other similar capabilities that we can further develop as we have it. And it's intentionally being designed and set up that it will be able to be added to other areas and other divisions of the district as well, because it is so adaptable. It could, in time, become more of a central data hub for the administration if collectively the administration feels that it would work well for their area. It is, and so it can be used on the academic side as well as the business side, and has great adaptability and portability. But I had done a lot of research on different programs and softwares that enable this, and that seemed to be the best fit, especially for the cost. I had presented it to Dr. Robinson and other senior leaders over several months and discussed it and worked through it, and we collectively decided to move forward with it. The funding is through ESC funding, so it is not general fund dollars that is paying for this, and it'll be just a great way to modernize the business practices, starting with facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Keenan.
Thank you.
If there are no additional questions.
Sorry, quick question. 23.5, with the new line, the interactive boards, are these the same boards that are currently in some of the classrooms right now where teachers teach off of?
I'm sorry, which number was that, Member Hall?
23.5. Are those like those long whiteboards that you can transport and move?
Yeah.
Member Hall, I will have to make sure. I do not want to say yes. I know that we moved to some Promethean boards, and I'm just not sure which board it is. So if that's okay, I will, unless Keith knows for sure and he has permission to come up, he can address that.
Oh, Keith, no.
Keith knows.
So the School Improvement Office is also looking to invest in the new line boards as we just received some additional federal funds. So we've been working closely with the technology department, and they are a smart board. I shouldn't say smart board. Just like the Promethean boards, just like the smart boards, they're a technology that allows you to display in a touchscreen manner, but then also teachers and students can connect their devices. So much like a projector, except interactive. So it is the new technology that the district is going with. It's about half the cost of Promethean, but still delivers the tools that teachers need in their classrooms.
Yes, Member Hall.
Thank you. So I guess the question I was asking is, do we currently have these boards in some of the schools now?
They're
Or
just
am I
now
confusing
starting.
the other boards?
We've had Promethean, and that's
Okay.
been what we've been investing in the last couple years. So Tech could tell you if any have hit the doors. I think some are already in the buildings, but you're going to see these purchases now escalating as we're spending down FY25 funds. Did I not answer your question?
No,
right?
you did, but that was like my first question.
Oh.
But I kind of had to reiterate it. So can I just
I
have a follow-up? Because that was in my first question asking. Is that okay? Okay. So we're budgeting for 42 of them, but it's for only 6 schools?
So that I'd have to let the tech department speak with. I know that I'm about to order 40 more. That's how I just knew about the new technology. So we're waiting for our funding to be dropped down from the state and into the CCIP before my order goes through.
Yeah.
So they'd have to tell you what schools and why.
If
why
I could
those
just
schools.
add to that, we do try not to purchase everything for everyone at one time because there should be a technology plan where we rotate so that we recognize that the budget can only handle so much. And so should be a plan in place for when we're going to roll out the technology at each building. We started out even before now with smart boards. Prior to that, I'm not sure. Then we moved to the Promethean, and now this is the next phase. So we're always trying to keep up with the latest technology within our budget. So there should be a plan to follow this, like the rollout plan, and we can get that to you as a follow-up. And which schools they are currently at, if they're at any. But that's where they're going to. I thought your question was, do they currently also exist somewhere?
Well, yeah, I was asking that, but then looking here, and sorry, Madam President, with 42, they're just going to Ellett, Firestone,
I get
Miller
that.
South, STEM.
That's what I'm saying. We'll share the rollout plan with
Okay,
you so you
thank
have a
you.
better understanding.
Thank you, Member Hall. Thank you, Superintendent.
Good question. If there are no
Member
additional-
Autry.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to acknowledge item 23.16, and this is our partnership with the YMCA of Akron, Ohio, and this is our SAW program, Safety Around Water, and 350 of our third graders this summer during Mystery Camp will have the opportunity to experience this program. So this is just one of the many things that our district offers, and I think it's really commendable that we have that, given that there's reports that up to 70% of African Americans don't know how to swim. And so the fact that our district is majority African American, I'm happy that we have this and wanted to thank the Y for their partnership with this.
Thank you, Member Autry.
Okay, at this time, I wish to recommend the approval of the business fairs recommendations presented in category 23.
So move.
That's 23.6. So it's been recommended by Superintendent Otley. Is there a motion to approve the recommendations in, with the exception of 23.6? Is there a motion?
So move.
All right, it's been moved by Member Harrison. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Hall. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Seitz,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison. Yes. Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
Abstain 23-1, yes on the balance.
Okay, so we are 7-0 on everything except 23.1. 23.6 has been tabled previously, and we are 6-0 with one abstention on 23.1.
Thank you. Next, we have our committee reports, legal contracts, and board policy.
Thank you, Madam President. The Legal Contracts and Board Policy Committee met on April 21st. At this meeting, we reviewed several policies currently in development. The new nepotism policy was presented and is ready to move forward for the second reading. Updates to the vendor relationships policy were discussed, and in particular focus on intellectual properties language, and it needs to be created to formulate resolution process. Additional work will be done on that and discussed on that policy as well. A new electronic equipment policy was introduced. Revisions will be made to that and will be discussed in our next committee meeting as well. The committee also reviewed a draft policy regarding independent contract operations and services providers, which will remain for discussion in our next meeting as well. A draft policy for the Parents' Bill of Rights policy was presented and will be updated to address liability concerns before we move forward with this first reading. And lastly, updates to the purchasing policy were discussed, including proposed changes to bidding thresholds. Clarifications are still needed before the policy is moved to advance. The procurement policy related to the federal grants and funds was deferred due to the time constraints and will be discussed at the next meeting as well. I see we have a lot of stuff we need to continue to discuss. And then we also have our next policy committee meeting will be Monday, May the 19th at 5:30 in this room. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President Alexander. Next is Finance and Capital Management.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. The Finance and Capital Management Committee also met on April 21st, and you've heard the presentation by our treasurer that he also gave to the Finance Committee. I would just say that, of course, we heard about the vouchers. That today, as a matter of fact, that there was a hearing in Columbus on vouchers, and that the judge would decide whether or not that hearing and information that she heard during the hearing would mean that we are able now to go to trial. And again, just saying, this is our third branch of government, and when there is a disagreement in a democracy, what we want to do is use our third branch of government. So we're going to the judge, and the judge will determine whether or not it is worthy to go to trial. And hopefully we will hear from the judge as soon as possible on that. We also heard from our Business Affairs Office that gave us the results of the number of individuals that submitted a request for proposal for van drivers. And we were actually, she indicated that we should have gotten some information on our Friday notes that would have outlined those 18 companies that had submitted a request for proposal, but I do not remember seeing that in our Friday notes, so I know that we can expect that soon. So our next meeting is May 19th, in this meeting, in this room at 4:30, and I would just echo our interim superintendent request that for 21.1 through 21.5, if we could bring all of our questions, have all our comments, so that we can try and get those answers and move this out of finance back to this board so that we can vote on that and make sure that we get our report down, our forecast down to Columbus as requested by the treasurer by the 30th.
Thank you, Member Sykes. Next, Instructional Policy and Student Achievement. Member Autry.
Thank you, Madam President. The Instructional Policy and Student Achievement Committee meeting will be a week from today, Monday, May 5th at 4:30 in this room. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Hall.
Thank you, Madam President. Since we dissolved the Equity Committee, I'm curious to see if the Community Relations and Strategic Engagement would be a committee, or the committee that, if we wanted to create another committee is what I'm saying, or the committee that you all created would be another committee. So I'm just curious. You don't have to answer now. Just curious to, just wondering if we'll have another committee.
Yes, I mean, the board reserves the right to develop another committee, so that's something that we all would discuss. And so the answer is yes. It's just moving forward what that structure looks like and what the committee is.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hall. There is currently no unfinished business, and at this time, also no new business. However,
I would like to make a motion for new business when it's time.
okay, we're at, are you making a motion for new business, Member Molnar? You've been recognized.
Thank you. Yes, so as a reminder, because I might have been hard to hear earlier, not only trying to focus on students, right, the precious little gems put in our care, but my call to action is, or my motion is, about communication with parents, because building relationships and trust with the families who are putting their children in our care is important, and the district may or may not act, but there's absolutely no good reason to completely ignore the concerns of over 100 parents that signed a petition asking the board for information. And so if families don't hear a plan from us, they're just going to assume that there is no plan, and there's just no good reason. So therefore, I move that we, the Board of Education, direct our interim superintendent and administration to provide written communication to all families by May 1st, outlining safety procedures for Election Day on May 6, 2025, in all buildings serving as polling locations. I did speak with Director Jones, Officer Jones, and he said that before this, he said that he could communicate with families. So I would like to make sure that we know, how students will move safely within buildings, specifically within the buildings, any temporary changes to student routines, if there's going to be a change to lunch, recess, dismissal. As a parent, do you need to know if you're going to have to pack a lunch? If I have a special needs students, do I need to prepare for them for this change of routine? What do I need to know? Specific security measures, and explain to parents how voter traffic will be separated or different for student arrival and dismissal patterns, especially during peak hours like 2 to 3 p.m. And then the time, date, and location of a virtual or in-person meeting where parents can ask questions of a safety team member who is familiar with their building, and a link to a survey for parents, staff, and students about their experience to evaluate what we might want to do or have feedback of what we want to do in future elections. So, a summary of my motion. I move that we direct the interim superintendent administration to provide written communication to families by May 1st. That includes an outline of any building-specific security measures or temporary changes to student routines, 2, meeting information, and 3, a link to survey information. That's my motion.
Thank you. There is a motion on the floor by Member Molnar. Is there a second?
Second.
It's second by Member Harrison. Any discussion? Member Hall, you were recognized, and then Vice President Alexander.
Thank you. I'm just curious, Member Molinar, these 100 signatures, was it just at Resnick, or was it at all the schools that have voting? I know that you're also the liaison, or Bookto is in your district. Have you spoken to the Bookto cluster when you were at their PTA meeting to discuss this voting also?
I did. Actually, I did not do this survey. The PTA person who actually left was both at the Resnick PTA meeting, and she also came to the Bookto PTA meeting. Bookto PTA was not as concerned as Resnick families. One, I think the students are older. They're not kindergartners. 2, the layout for voting at Bookto, people come directly into the gym, directly out of the gym, and they don't go anywhere else in the building. In Resnick, half of the students cannot access the cafeteria on Election Day. The other issue is the parking at Bookto. On Election Day, there are parking spaces for voters. At Resnick, there are 2 polling locations, and there's over an hour each day that there's nowhere for voters to park.
Okay.
So.
This will be your
Just to
final
follow up, yeah.
and then
So those are 2 schools, but all the other schools, was there any communication to those schools to see if it was a problem? Because my daughter went to Resnick, and they voted and had no problem. I went to Bookto, and I went to other public schools, and we voted, and there was no issues. And also, do we trust the principal and the staff at the school, since it's been going on for many, many years? And I know that your kids go to Resnick right now, so I know it's also a concern for you too. But have we communicated with other schools?
Can I answer? Yes. So
yes, Member Mona.
So once again, it's not my survey, so I don't know who's involved in the survey. I don't even have results to the survey. I have no idea. But I can say that in the motion, all schools with school buildings serving as polling locations are included in that motion. And then in this motion also, there's a survey information for those families. And I think, to your point, Member Hall, that would be the best way to get information from other families, from other buildings. Because I'm going to guess it's likely Resnick PTA did not make it to all of the buildings, but this motion is a way to hear from all the buildings.
Member... I think Member Alexander and then Member Harrison.
And I hear Dr. Molnar's concerns. My concern is the first is this week. This is a short period of time to get all that stuff done in less than a week and get a plan out there so that everybody can move. I mean, if there's a concern at Resnick, maybe they can do that at Resnick at this point and then move into other schools, because it's really a short time to do that. By Friday. I think it's Friday or Thursday the 1st. So that's we're here on Monday now. That gives administration just a couple of days to get this done. So I don't know. That's my question. Will it be enough time to have that plan done by the 1st? Thank you, Madam President.
No problem. Member Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this has been an issue for a while, and I do think is reasonable. Because we have to have a plan, and not say that we have to create new plans, but every voting day we have operations, okay, and we talk about administrative guidelines. So we have administrative guidelines in place every voting day of what we do. I don't think that it would be unreasonable, that it's an unreasonable resolution to this issue, is we have plans in place like we have plans in place for multiple things that happen in school. And it just happens. If we're putting the school on lockdown, the principal knows what to do, the staff knows what to do, the kids know what to do. So the plan is in place. And every now and then you got to tweak the plan, but the plan is in place. To have schools as polling locations, we're not going to get around that. And so if we just have a plan in place for the future, I don't know about, this particular primary election, but I do think it's worth putting a plan in place when we're going to use the schools during school days, so that we have answers for parents, and we're not going to be able to answer, but we went through this with the policy committee. Okay, is this an administrative guidelines? Would you have to have a policy to have an administrative guideline? So let's maybe look at the resolution to this and to the parents is, let's get a plan and get some let's get a policy, let's get some administrative guidelines to the policy, and then we have that for every building, for every election. I think that would be a reasonable solution.
Most districts have safety plans. I was just going to call for the vote, Mr. Alexander.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're just going to call for the vote, and then to examine. The discussion has been had. We've heard what people had to say, and so let's call for the vote. Yeah.
Mr. Alexander.
No.
Mrs. Sykes.
No.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
No.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
No.
Ms. Autry.
No.
Motion fails. 5 noes, 2 yeses.
Thank you. There is a need to recess into executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 121.22G1 to consider the employment, dismissal, and discipline of a public employee and/or officials. 121.22G3 to conference with an attorney for the public body concerning disputes involving the public body that are the subject of pending or imminent court action. And 121.22G4 to prepare for conducting or reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of their employment. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
I move to recess in executive session.
Okay. It's been moved by Member Autry. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Vice President Alexander. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, we stand in recess for executive session at the roll call, please. Dr. Thompson.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Ms. Hall? Yes. Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. We stand in recess at 7:54 for executive session. We return back into session at 10:55 from executive session. There is a motion to be approved. Is there a motion to approve the resignation agreement of Dr. Robinson?
So moved.
It's been moved by Member Hall. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Alexander. Any discussion?
Madam President.
Member Harrison.
Thank you. This is we have taken a long journey to get to this place. The journey didn't start with the investigation. I know that's a lot of the focal point is on the investigation. And so if we can just talk about the investigation. The motion with the investigation, the motion is to accept a resignation agreement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Harrison. Is there any other discussion? Member Sykes.
Thank you, Madam President, and members of the board. Madam President, would you mind reading the agreement?
The resignation agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm looking for, I got the letter, not the agreement. I'm sorry, y'all. Give me a second. That's what I was trying to find. I apologize, you all. I just came from that meeting. Hold on. Okay. Thank you for your patience. I apologize. At the request of Member Sykes, we do have the resignation agreement. And that will be entered into by and between the Akron City School District Board of Education and Dr. Robinson in consideration of the mutual covenants and promises herein contained. Robinson and the board hereby agree as follows. Upon the execution of this agreement, Robinson shall cause to be delivered to the Board of President his irrevocable voluntary letter of resignation from all employment positions he holds with the Akron City School District. Said resignation shall take effect on April 28, 2025. Robinson's letter of resignation shall be accepted by the board at its next meeting following Robinson's execution of this agreement. For the consideration set forth herein, and as a material inducement for the board to enter into this agreement, Robinson for himself, his heirs, executors, administrators, successors, and assigns, hereby releases and forever discharges the Akron City School District Board of Education and its past, present, and future board members, officers, administrators, employees, agents, and representatives from all and any liability claims, demands, controversies, damages, actions, and causes of actions of whatever kind or nature, including but not limited to the Federal Age Discrimination in Employment Act of 1967, the American with Disabilities Act of 1990, Civil Rights Act of 1964, and any other state and federal law claims arising out of or related to employees with the board and in separation therefrom. The board shall, within 30 days of the execution of this agreement, pay to Robinson the total sum of $200,000, subject to all applicable payroll taxes and withholdings. This payment shall be inclusive of any mandatory contributions or deductions that the board is required to make under federal, state, or local law. This payment shall not be subject to STRS contributions, and STRS will not accept contributions.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President and member of the board, considering the financial condition that this district is in, I find it very difficult to enter into an agreement with the Dr. Robertson in the amount of $200,000, and therefore I will not be supporting this financial agreement, considering what it meant for our citizens to vote for a levy, and a levy of individuals that said over and over and over again, we cannot afford this. We just can't afford it. But we're going to vote for this anyway because we care about the school district, but more importantly, we care about the children in the school district. We have had an independent investigation that shows that Dr. Robertson has violated our policies. And to agree to pay him $200,000 when we're thinking about our seniors who are looking every day to figure out how they are going to pay for their medication, how they're going to pay for their next meal, what are they going to do about their electric bill, but yet they still voted for this levy. It would be very irresponsible for me to support giving a person who I was not a part of it, but I'm a part of the school board now, so who was hired at the highest level possible, to break our policies, to violate our policies, one who should have been enforcing the policies. I absolutely cannot do this. So I will be voting no, and I will encourage you to vote no for this termination agreement that is before us tonight.
Thank you, Member Sykes. Is there any other discussion? Member Harrison.
Madam President, thank you. I would encourage anyone who has not read this report to read the report. And the nature of being anonymous has been an issue in the community. But I want to be mindful that the whole report was not anonymous. Dr. Robinson called our kids ghetto. That's something he admitted to in the report. Dr. Robinson did not admit to calling reporters hoes, but he said something, referenced that, not that particular thing. Dr. Robinson made disparaging remarks about a board member's children. Children, which we know typically is off limits in any type of dispute. So the superintendent of the schools is making disparaging remarks about our kids. We would never, ever let a white person call our kids ghetto, period. We would not allow that in any way, but it happened. And not only did it happen, he admitted to it. I encourage anyone who has not read the report to just read what he said during the investigation. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Member Harrison. Are there any other board member comments? Any other discussion? Member Molnar.
Thank you, Madam President. I wasn't planning on making a statement, but I also have heard a lot of things around the community, and there are some things that I think are important to clarify and highlight. The first thing is anonymous. There's a lot of complaints about parts of this investigation being anonymous. It's very important to differentiate anonymous and confidential. The people who were involved in this investigation were real human beings who went to a real office and spoke to real teams of attorneys. That is not anonymous, that is confidential. I agree that everyone should read the fact-finding investigation that you, taxpayers, paid for. We, taxpayers, paid for. We paid for this investigation. And it is not allegations, it is information that we have. And it is disturbing, but it's important, and it is a record that we have and we have paid for, and it is valid. And that is, thank you.
Thank you, Member Molnar. Before we get to call for the vote, just for clarity for the community and the position that we find ourselves in, as many community members have been discussing, and it's been discussed even amongst the board, the result of a privileged document that was leaked and that was first printed in Signal. I'm not sure if other news outlets shared it, but as a result of that, the cost for this became significantly more than what we originally would have settled on. This document being released and published gave the entire playbook for the strategies that we would have used during negotiation, which has put us in this compromising predicament. Based off of the investigation, based off of the information that was shared, many are in agreement that to pay a person with these documented alleged misbehaviors $200,000 seems almost ridiculous and egregious. But when rogue things happen, which has happened in this board, and that privileged document was shared, and then the other council was able to see this, it changed the trajectory of this negotiation, which is unfortunate. And so for the community, I thought that was important to know. This is how we got to the 200,000 mark, because that is not where this board in any negotiation originally had agreed. But as a result of the leak and how that has compromised our strategy, this was the rebuttal, and to end ties quickly and immediately with Dr. Robinson, with no circle back, cognizant of the fact that this wonderful community and the hard work of individuals around this table and within this district to get a levy passed. We don't discount that. And we know that there are even harder times as we face, and we're trying to transition and to see how do we see our way forward, knowing that we're levy prone even just a few years down the road. This board is seeking to do what is right, what is equitable for the students, considering our constituencies, and to the point, I think at this point we call for the vote, because everything that members have said was well spoken and true. So now I just will call for the vote.
Madam President, may I just say one point of personal privilege? Point of personal privilege.
Well, I did call for the vote, Member Sykes. The vote.
Point of personal privilege can override that.
It can override it if it can, sir. Just make it plain. I'm fine with it. If we call,
yes.
Because I should have had personal privilege when you call for the vote on me. Learn something new every day.
You could have.
Go ahead. I know now.
So, Madam President, let me just say that this is a board of education. The difference between any other place is that we are here to raise children and to teach children how we expect them to act, to set an example as to how we expect them to act. These are our children. And how many times do I hear us say, it's for the children? But yet we are given an example to say, okay, it's all about the money now. It's about the money. We need to fight for our children. We need to let our children know it's not okay to call you ghetto. It's not okay to say, I hope this member lives long, because if she doesn't, her children will have to pay for that. It's not okay to set this kind of an example. When we're saying, this is over $500 million budget. And we're saying, let's give this so this will go. This will not go away. This is telling our children we're not willing to fight for them. We're not willing to say what's right and what's wrong. This is wrong. This is about our children. If you want to show our children an example, this is the example. You don't do this simply because of the money. We fight for our children. We are not fighting for our children for settling for this.
Thank you, Member Sykes. Also, on point of clarity, Robinson had a roughly $900,000 left out on his contract. That if this was to go to litigation, he could try to fight it, and we can litigate it. And there was some speculation that in litigation, we don't know what the ultimate outcome would be, but possibly $100,000 or so. But in any event, this is the information, and this board talked about transparency. You've heard from the various board members as well as myself as far as the condition and why we're in this place. And it's a very unfortunate space to be in. And so at this time, if there's no other personal privileges, I'm calling for the vote. Dr. Thompson, thank you.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Reverend Harrison.
No.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
No.
Mrs. Sykes.
No.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-3.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. The next meeting of the Akron Public School Board will be held on Monday, May 12th. At this time, is there a motion to adjourn?
So move.
It's been moved by Member Alexander. Is there a second? I'm sorry, it seems like it's some unreadiness. My apologies, Dr. Molnar, did I miss something?
Was there a second resolution?
Yes, Dr. Molinar, thank you. It was. Okay, yes, okay, so the resolution to accept the resignation agreement has passed. Is there a motion to accept the resignation of Dr. Robinson? It's been moved by Member Hall. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Mr. Alexander. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing now, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
No.
Dr. Molnar.
No.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Reverend Harrison.
No.
Ms. Hall. Yes. Motion carries 4-3.
Thank you. And just for clarity, the one was for the resignation agreement, which was read. The second motion was for his resignation. That's what it is. I see the press looking complex. One was for the agreement, the second was for the resignation. And now, thank you again to Dr. Molinar to make sure we were in order. I really appreciate that. Is there a motion now?
So move.
It's been moved to adjourn. Second by Member Hall. Any discussion? Member Autry.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to actually make a motion at this time that we accept Mary Otley as our permanent superintendent.
There's been a motion on the floor. A motion has been made by Ms. Autry to appoint Ms. Atley as the permanent superintendent of Akron Public Schools?
Yes.
A motion has been made by Member Autry to appoint Mary Otley as the superintendent of Akron Public Schools. Is there a second?
Can I just ask a point of clarification? Is this like indefinitely, or is this like for time bound, like a contract?
Not indefinitely.
Okay, then there would need to be a contract. Yeah. Because otherwise you would be according to this resolution, you'd be appointing her indefinitely versus on a 3-year contract, a 4-year contract, a 5-year contract is what I mean.
Pending a contract, appoint her pending a contract, pending an approved contract.
Say something like that.
Are you amending it?
I would like to amend that to appoint Mary Outley as our permanent superintendent pending a contract.
Motion has been made by Member Autry to appoint Mary Outley as the superintendent of Akron Public Schools pending the approval of an accepted contract.
A second.
It's been moved by Member Autry, second by Member Hall. I know it's going to be discussion. Any discussion? Member Sykes.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. You know, we find ourselves, as I said earlier, you know, I am a member of this board, therefore I will take responsibility for actions of this board. But I think that we find ourselves in this situation with the person that you all just entered into a contract with to pay $200,000 because of not thinking through properly the decisions. And I think that this is something that we really need to give more thought to. That would not be fair to this district, to the community, or to the interim superintendent, whoever she may be, to put her in this position. I just think this is very unfair to do this, to do this type of thing. We need time to deliberate. We need time to decide upon this. We need time to talk to the community. We need time before we look at making yet another decision to hire a permanent superintendent. So I would ask that we take time on this motion.
Thank you. Member Sykes. Member Molnar?
Thank you, Madam President. I agree that we should have time. I agree that we should have some discussion. I think boards should have some discussion at all, not even just with each other, but with the candidate. For superintendent, I have not spoken with, I appreciate the current interim superintendent. I've even texted her today. She's very communicative, but I have not had the chance to even ask her if she wanted to be superintendent since 2 years ago when she applied for superintendent. So I would not feel comfortable voting to put someone in a position that they have not had the opportunity to ask to be in. So for that reason, I think we should table this, or I cannot support this motion.
Thank you, Member Molinar. Member Hall?
Thank you, Madam President. She was the interim before. We had the confidence in her then. We asked her to do interim again with the confidence in her to do the work again. I don't think that it's fair to keep playing with people, and when we have confidence in them, born and raised in Akron, Akron schools, knows our students, knows the staff, knows the principal. I have confidence in her that she can do the job. If we're giving her the option to do it twice, why wouldn't we have confidence in her to do the job? So I will be voting yes.
Yes, Member Harrison.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I think that was, I think the motion is unfair to Mary Outley. I think it's unfair because we have just entered into, the board has entered into an agreement with the last superintendent. The previous superintendent was hired on an outlying contract, a 5-year contract, which is almost unheard of. We just talked about the financial situation of the district. $40 million that was borrowed by the board bad decision now. It may have been a good decision then, it's a bad decision now. There was not due diligence done, and I'm not saying that Mary Outley has any issues out there to be found, but I will say that there are people, we don't have to go outside. The same thing a board member mentioned about Mary Outley being the superintendent. There's other people in this building that we can say the same thing for. This is a $500 million business, and we don't run a $500 million business on feelings. This is not our money. We don't run this district like it's our personal money. It's not. This is taxpayers' money. And we owe it to the taxpayers to do due diligence in a search. And there may be the best candidate is our interim superintendent, Mary Outley. But we need to do due diligence. And having a motion in the same meeting that we just paid someone to go away. We can't pay for what we want and beg for what we need.
Thank you, Member Harrison. Mr. Alexander.
Thank you, Madam President. I've heard a lot of stuff, and keep hearing a lot of stuff, that's going on. I would agree that, let me back up. I think Ms. Outley would be a good superintendent as well. She would be my choice if we have to vote for something like that. But I do think that we need to wait just a moment, talk to her, fill out what we need to do as far as the contract, and then go ahead and make a vote. I mean, she is my person I would accept right now, but I think we need to do that and do it the proper way. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Well, there is a motion on the floor, so a motion has been made. And also, to Autry, as I was going to close out the meeting, a point of clarity, because if Robinson is resigned effective immediately, she is already serving as an interim, so okay, we would be good. Okay, I had to process. I'm sorry. Autry.
Thank you. I just wanted to share as a person who made the motion, as I've listened to our colleagues speak about finances. So I've been a part of several superintendent searches and have interviewed the last several superintendents, including our current interim. And so as we talk about stability and moving forward, there's no time like the present. And so I am confident in Mary Outley and what she has done and can continue to do for us. And the district and the community deserves stability, somebody that they do know. I know we might want to keep dragging this out because there's a cost to our decisions. And so there was a cost associated with making the separation agreement. So that's something I feel like we should have been prepared for, and it is unfortunate that the leak compromised that particular situation. But now that we have voted on that as a board, it's time to move forward and focus on children and stability. And so there's a cost with the superintendent search as well. So as we're talking about finances and time, these children are showing up every single day. The staff is showing up every single day, and they deserve stability and not a lot of what we've been seeing. So I know we want to keep writing stories. We want to dissect this investigation, and that's all well and fine. But in terms of this, our district, our community deserves stability from someone that they know at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Autry. No, Ms. Outley, you might as well come in. Your name was brought up. You're the topic of discussion right now. Sit at the table. I don't. At this point, I mean, Autry just. I don't know if you were in your office or if you heard since you've been walking down. Member Autry has made a motion. This is going to be all on you. Member Autry has made a motion that you be appointed as the superintendent of Akron Public Schools pending a contract, the approval of a contract. Board members had some unreadiness because you were unaware of this and didn't want it sprung on you. There is a motion right now that's on the floor. We were in the middle of discussion concerning this very thing. My apologies in advance, but we talk about being transparent because I know you just got caught into this. It's flowing. This is where we're at currently. I'm getting my professional bearings so that I don't. So it's a motion on the floor. It was made by Autry. It was seconded by Hall. We are, like I said, we are in the discussions. And so as a point of personal privilege, Ms. Audley, the question is, because you were not aware, you're on the floor right now for a vote. And you currently are the interim, so that gave me clarity that we don't have to worry about anything right now because we have someone in the spot. But concerns came up that this would not be fair to you for this vote to get carried, and you're unaware, and maybe you, from 2 years ago to now, maybe that is not your desire. And again, I do apologize that this is the platform, but the motion is on the floor, and you were still here. And you can decline it if you want.
I would be honored to serve Akron Public Schools as its next superintendent if given the opportunity.
Madam President, may we go into executive session?
Yes, it's been a move to go into executive session by Member Sykes. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been seconded by Member Harrison. Any discussion? All right. Roll call vote. No, yeah, we do still have a motion for Mr. Parliamentarian. So we have to either vote the motion.
Table the motion or withdraw the motion that's on the floor. Take this vote. Then when you come back out of executive session, I assume you'll have a motion or you won't have a motion for adding a.
Okay, so who's responsible to withdraw the motion?
Ms. Autry,
If she wants to withdraw it.
If she doesn't want to withdraw it, it's a motion on the floor that's been first and seconded.
All right.
So it needs to be voted on.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, Parliamentarian. Autry, or do you desire to withdraw your motion or go forward with the vote?
I don't desire to withdraw my motion.
All right. Mr. Thompson, roll call.
Is there discussion on any of this at this point, since there is no executive session, and this is something that, as a board, we have never discussed? I think that's we had discussion. The motion is on the floor. We were in discussion, so I don't see why we wouldn't be able to, unless parliamentarian, if there's a problem with that, I don't see why not, Dr. Molinar, because we were in discussion. She came, so. Did you have something, Dr. Molinar? So the first question I have is if this motion passes to a resolution, it is a motion that is open pending a contract. But is an attorney here to let us know what type of contract or the parameters of a contract, or who gets to be in, do we get to read the contract first?
I think that's a fair and good question, Member Molnar, and I think it's because it's pending a contract, just like with any other superintendent, like draft. We would go from a draft. I guess Member Audley would look over it, the board would look over it, agree or not agree on that. But yes, to your point, I don't see why we would not. We see all the contracts, so we definitely would be able to look over a superintendent. As the board, we would see the contract. I don't see why we wouldn't. And I'm just talking in a conversation now, just practically because we're here.
Yeah, do we still have attorneys here to let us know like what we would be able to see in the contract before it's approved? Or does this motion automatically approve any contract?
No, it's pending approval of the contract. So I don't believe it would just be, I'm not understanding to just accept a blanket contract. I don't have to find out. That it would be accepting just a blanket contract. The board approves all contracts, so if the board doesn't approve the contract or agree to the terms of the contract, then that contract would not be approved. So it would have to be an agreement of the contract by the board, which is, as you know, a majority of the board. I'm sorry, I see you waving. I'm not sure who you are. We have that on the
Madam Chair, I would have to, out of order. I would have to object to that.
Ms.
Just say that's out of order.
Member Sykes.
Thank you, but that is just really out of order. She's not a member of this board, therefore cannot make her. But I will say, Madam, just as a reason why I asked that we take time on this motion, because what you're going to do is force us to actually do an interview. We have not even conducted an interview for the superintendent's position as a board. We have not even conducted an interview. It's not fair to the community. It's not fair to the interim superintendent. It's not fair to this board. It's not fair to this district. That's why I asked you to please let's take time on this. We're all here. We're not going anywhere. Let's take time to think through this and to handle this properly. It would only be fair to the interim superintendent that we do this properly. This is not the way that we want to do this. And this does not settle anything if we do this to interim superintendent Otley. This is not fair to her to do this. Please, let's take the time to do this properly.
If we go in executive session, I would say let's put a time limit on it and go in there, do what we need to do, and get back out, because, again, it's not fair to all these people here, all the people who are waiting up to see what happens and what's going on. So if we go in executive session, we need to go in there with a purpose, do our business, and come back out here and vote if that's what we're going to do, and that's it. So that's what my recommendation would be.
Vice President Alexander, the thing is, Member Autry has a motion on the floor, and that she's not withdrawing. And so to the point, the motion that she had that's on the floor, pending the approval of a contract, is she submitted Mary Otley as a superintendent of schools. And so we were in discussion, so the vote has to carry up or down.
I was saying if we had to go in executive session, not go in
Yes, sir.
executive session, if we had to go in executive session.
Madam Chair, I call a question.
Thank you, sir. Let's go. The question, roll call.
Mrs. Sykes.
No.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Reverend Harrison.
No.
Dr. Molnar.
Not like this. Not like this.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-3. You could go into executive session to discuss a contract, but she is your, okay, then she's your superintendent pending a contract renewal, or contract negotiating a contract.
Yes. The next meeting will be Monday, May 12th, 2025. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Alexander, seconded by Ms. Hall. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Dr. Thompson, roll call vote.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Dr. Molinar.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
We stand adjourned at 11:35 p.m.